have, if in inverted commas, some snakes in between. Zuma's daughter did mention that, basically a lot of politicians with MK T-shirts were walking around but supporting, with ANC T-shirts, were supporting MK. So this obviously has come out in the fore. There's also objections which the IEC had to deal with, 574, but the smaller parties are saying this hasn't been dealt with appropriately, and this is why they lost off, because most of the smaller parties got decimated. And if you look at the numbers crunching, a good Rise Mzansi, Boza, Al Jama, all these guys got 2 and 3 seats.
Yeah, right.
And the top 10 got most of the seats. In fact, ANC 159, DA 87, MK 58, EFF 39, IFP 17. The rest of them are below 10. So the top 5 parties are the guys that took the major seats in most of the provinces, and the small guys got decimated. But also of importance, which we'll have to unpack today, is the threat of the MK, because they believe that there was voter rigging and they could have won an outright in KZN and indeed more elsewhere. But they are alleging that the IEC did not deal with the objections appropriately. So obviously we'll have to deal with that part. But the IEC did announce yesterday that they're declaring a free and fair election. And they've dealt with the objections. So we have a situation where maybe there will be a court battle looming, and we'll have to unpack that going forward.
If we were to look, we'll talk all about the myriad of issues that you just mentioned right now as we go into the program. But just let's look at the results that have come out yesterday and the reaction of the ANC. Now, we got the MK, which is a new kid on the block, so to speak, coming out, but still alleging voter irregularities, still complaining about the fact that they could have done better, and there's something untoward about the results. And then you have the ANC on the other side that ultimately are the biggest losers in this election. I mean, although they still are the majority party, their numbers have dwindled quite significantly. But what does it say about the ruling party, where they've accepted defeat? They've accepted that South Africa has spoken, and now they say, okay, let's work with other parties in order to form a government. What does it say about the psyche and the nature of the ANC itself?
Listen, I think we must consider the ANC as being, good losers. They've gracefully accepted the results. Being the leading party, they set an example to say, we were defeated. We underestimated MK and Zuma's influence on MK. And the Secretary General has mentioned that they have to keep that in mind in the municipal elections and other elections going forward.
Yes.
He conceded defeat, 40% compared to 54%. In the previous election, indicates clearly that they lost heavily, or reduced the number heavily. And if you take MK's 14.58, they were on 55. So effectively, MK took that 15% from them, which caused them not to become the party in control of the legislation. So the DA has been consistent between 21 and 22%. EFF dropped 2% to the numbers they've got, to 39 seats. So the ANC obviously could not really raise an issue with the IEC, because the IEC was a collective decision to take care of elections by the government, and then the ANC was the ruling party. So they had to defend the IEC, and actually the president congratulated the IEC on the job well done, and he conceded that it is free and fair elections, notwithstanding the smaller parties objecting, and also the MK. But if you look at the bigger parties, they all accepted the result. They said, listen, we put the IEC in place. They held the elections. Results, the public spoke. And this is what the public has told the political parties, that as far as the ANC is concerned, they conceded that they had a lot of challenges, load shedding, water problems, infrastructure problems. Most municipalities fail in delivering appropriately.
Right,
so they took the responsibility of the challenges they had in the last 5 years. And with that comes, a drop in the support of the public. And ultimately, it culminated in them not being the ruling party. Now, if you recall, Siraj, when we interviewed Professor Andre Duvanaga last week, he was doing some projections before the elections on Tuesday night. And like previous months, he indicated there's 2 scenarios. The first scenario is that the ANC could end up between 39 and 42. And if that happens, they have a serious problem. But his estimate is that they should get between 45 and 46%. So he fell short.
Yeah.
I consistently went with the view that they're going to drop below 42 and they're sitting at 40.18. So that's a significant drop. Obviously, you're looking at 42 seats less than 50%, which is a problem.
Right.
So they're going to have to get into some kind of a coalition. That's what we're going to talk about. And obviously, whoever we're interviewing will find out. But last night, when the Islanders were talking, they looked at various combinations. And obviously, an ANC-DA alliance together with IFP and a few others would definitely give them more than 62 or 63%, which will enable them to maneuver. But the question we may ask ourselves, that the ANC always had problems in any kind of a coalition with the DA. Whether they're going to go that route, time will tell. But they're going to have to look at the various combinations. And of crucial importance to all of us, and that's why we're here today and maybe tomorrow and Wednesday, is for the citizens of the country to determine what's best for us all, from an economic perspective, from a service delivery perspective, and which combination at a national and provincial level will be able to provide efficient and appropriate service to the citizens of the country. And when the bigger parties do decide on a coalition, because it's inevitable there will be coalitions, that the best combination must take place at a national level, so that from there it can go out to the provinces, and the various provinces can have an improved service delivery. But the biggest losers here, if I may use the word in inverted commas, is KZN.
Right.
Because we got a completely new party who happened to be disgruntled members of the ANC that had formed MK, and together with Jacob Zuma, and they serving a lesson to the ANC that, listen, you thought we were washed out, you thought we were disgruntled, and we're proving to you we got the support in KZN, indeed in other provinces as well. But KZN, our stronghold, we're going to manage, we're going to take the premier. Now, there are a couple of riders to that, and I hope our political consultant will be able to work out. I worked out a couple of combinations, and whilst MK holds 45% of the seats in KZN, and they don't have a clear majority, it's not easy to get another 5% if the other parties have a coalition and turn against you. So you may have the majority, but you will not necessarily can run the province if the others gang up and they have a coalition. You could be the opposition. So it all depends how KZN is going to pan out. I think the other provinces are fairly clear-cut. Gauteng is a question mark, but the ANC did win 6 of the other 9 provinces handsomely, so they should be rallying those provinces. But come to the 3 that's heavily contested, Western Cape, obviously the DA has won that one. Gauteng is hanging in the balance. KZN is heavily swayed in favor of MK. So these are the kind of scenarios we're going to try to unpack tonight.
Indeed, yes, quite a bit there. Brother Yunus has really spelled out, and that's quite a lot of information that we need to take in. So let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the program. Keep it locked into those dials. It is Radio Al Ansar.
Straight Talk is proudly sponsored by World of Travel.
Advertising pays. Get your business on the map through advertising with Radio Al Ansar, the station with a proven record. Let's talk to Zain of The Watch Doctor, a newcomer in the market.
I'll recommend advertising on Radio Al Ansar for sure, as my client base has increased substantially. Totally unexpected.
There you have it. Join the airwaves and take it up to another level. Call us on 031-208-1601 and ask for Fatima Shahina or Faraz Bucks, our consultants. Let your name be heard by thousands of people. Radio Al Ansar, your partner in business.
Discover our new range of exotic perfumes, ouds and bukhur, straight from Dubai, now available at Wonder Dates. We stock a wide selection of Nabil and Chris Adams fragrances, perfect for your unique lifestyle. But that's not all. We also cater to your Islamic lifestyle needs with prayer mats, tasbeehs, dua stickers, bukhur burners and mizwaks. Looking for herbal capsules and essential oils? Look no further. Experience the beauty of Wonder Dates. Shop now and elevate your sense expenses.
Plan your dream holiday with this specialist, World of Travel, as we pride ourselves in offering you the best in Hajj and Umrah. We also offer travel packages to the Middle East, Far East, and many more exotic destinations. Call our professional travel consultants now on 031 20 888877 or view our website www.worldoftravel.co.za. Visit us at 44 Crescent Street as memorable journeys begin with World of Travel by Irshad Malik.
Straight Talk is proudly sponsored by World of Travel.
Monday to Friday, 6 to 7 p.m.
It's Radio Ansar 90.4 to 105.6. Welcome to it. It is your special election program, Straight Talk and News in Focus merged together. We're usually joined by Sister Sumaya Khan as well from School Matters, but I think due to the inclement weather, it became a little impossible for others to join us. So we welcome your messages on 060-904-1056. And this one says, Assalamu alaikum. Talking about the weather, the strong wind almost toppled my friend and I as we were walking down the stairs at WAMI, where we go for Arabic lessons. But we just grabbed onto the wall as there is no railing, and we just laughed as our sheikh was nearby. From Mrs. Ahmed. I thought the friends grabbed onto one another. That's when you really know that your friend is really supportive of you. Shukran for that, and I'm glad that nobody got hurt in that incident. The wind was quite ferocious, and you find that we all need to be very, very mindful of these, these things when we are out and about. The time of Isha has set in. It was at 6:28. It is currently now 6:33. So we'll break for the Isha Adhan. Coming up later on in the program, we speak to a political analyst, Goodenough Mashego, as well as Professor Musa Zulu, with regards to the elections. And so much to talk about as well with Brother Yunus Akoor as well here in studio, unpacking so much of the dynamics of elections 2024. And this is going to be talking points, so I think days to come, but we'll pick up with that next. Right now it is time for the Isha Adhan, so let's go and meet on the other side.
This Azan is sponsored for the Isal Sawab of Marhum Muhammad Farooq Latib and all Marhumin. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant them the highest abode in Jannah. Ameen.
أعزائي المستمعين، حان الآن موعد أذان العشاء لمدينة دربن وما حولها.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
اللهم رب هذه الدعوة التامة والصلاة القائمة آت محمدا الوسيلة والفضيلة والدرجة الرفيعة وابعثه مقاما محمودا الذي وعدته وارزقنا شفاعته يوم القيامة إنك لا تخلف الميعاد.
This dua brought to you by Simplex Radio, South Africa's leading retailer of appliances, car sound and home theater systems.
These surahs after Azan are brought to you by Amina's Wonder Spice and Wonder Dates, 9 Peters Road, Springfield, Durban.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس.
Having a clean, comfortable home is every homeowner's pride. That's why Khan's Chemicals have developed and manufactured prime yet affordable quality household brands Starlight, Miracle Mum, Exterminate, and Angie to care for your home and family. With a wide range of fabric softeners, dishwashing liquids, bleachers, and all-purpose cleaners, pine gels, bubble baths, and much more, Khan's Chemicals ensures your home remains our #1 priority. For sales and other inquiries, call 011 933 4021. Khan's Chemicals, cleaning your home the way you want.
Monday to Friday, 6 to 7 p.m.
90.4 to 105.6. It is Radio Al Ansar. It is your Straight Talk Election Edition program with myself, Siraj Basa, and Brother Yunus Sakur as well. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. If you have just joined us, well, we are in your company up until 8 o'clock this evening, inshallah, and just dissecting the political, the political landscape in South Africa as it is changing by the minute as we speak. South Africa went to the polls on May the 29th, which was last week, Wednesday. We all had our say, and the people in the corridors of power are now listening to what you had to say. They are listening to, the concerns that you had put down, and that's what we are talking about as well. The fact that the people had turned out and at the polls in order to make their mark and be part of this democratic dispensation. So yeah, alhamdulillah, that is basically what is happening right now. And in the corridors of these political parties, in the headquarters, there's a lot of whispering going on, a lot of back chatter going on as to what deal can be made before the deadline looms, which is by next week, Tuesday, inshallah. The 18th of June is when, all things need to be set in store. Actually, not next week, Tuesday. I think it's the following week, Tuesday, just around the Eid holiday. Whereby all this has to be finalized, and basically we elect a new president. That will be done in Parliament. So, Brother Yunus, coming back to this, as I said, the shifting sands now in the South Africa's political landscape, something that we had not seen before. Now we go into coalition politics. This is something that South Africa, it was done on a municipal level, in major metros like in Johannesburg, and I think in East London, in the PE as well previously, but never on a national level as we see it happening today. The ANC being in power for 30 years, 6 general elections, winning a comfortable majority. The 7th one, unfortunately, not making it. Around about a 40% mark is what the party had reached, with the DA coming in at a close, not a close second, but around about 21. And then, of course, we know the whole game changer was the MK at just about 15 or so percent, which really changed things, which means that the ANC cannot rule on its own anymore and will need to seek out partners. So on Friday in the program, you did spell out quite a few scenarios in which the ruling party could go: a possible ANC, EFF, MK coalition, a possible ANC, DA, IFP coalition as well. That could be in the mix. So anything that would perhaps get the party over the 50% mark, it will, of course, will be beneficial for them. And when the ruling party is looking at a possible partner, what are some of the qualities? This is like a marriage. What are some of the qualities that they're going to be looking for in order to perhaps, take them forward, and how will they play this out?
Listen, coalitions of parties with similar values will work. In other words, if they've got the interest of the community in mind, that is, they want to improve service delivery. They want basically the investments in the country to improve, where foreign investments come in. They want to deal with unemployment. They want to deal with the challenges that they had in the last 5 years. Basically, you select parties with like values or similar values. Now, I firmly believe that the Democratic Alliance, they basically in the Western Cape have proven that they delivering appropriately for the ratepayers, because if you look at their audit reports in most of the municipalities, they are clean audit reports. Whilst they have some racist tendencies which they have to deal with, and there are challenges relating to the Palestinian issue, that has to be addressed but taken into account. But of interest is that the Democratic Alliance has established a team to start coalition talks with political parties in the country. They won over 20%, which is consistent with the previous years. And I think South Africans have to weigh in the pros and cons of a coalition government between the ANC and the DA. Now, I know not all politicians are supporting that coalition, but the Democratic Alliance set up a team for coalition talks with the ANC, already, and they named that team Tony Leon and what you call one of the former
Helen Zille.
According to John Steenhuisen, the team will liaise with political parties to discuss the possibility of forming a coalition government. The team is ready to start the process and will work to prevent a doomsday coalition between the ANC, the Economic Freedom Fighters, and the MK party, which I spoke about on Friday.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, Steenhuisen said that the party will do whatever it takes to prevent this coalition from happening, and that the multi-party charter was formed as an alternative to this coalition. However, the MPC does not have enough seats, the multi-party charter, to form a government. So the DA is opening its doors to create a situation where the country has a system that works to its advantage. So, basically, a lot of people are saying, let's give it a test. But obviously, the positions of president, deputy president, and the ministers will have to be thrashed out. I've thought about it, and having listened to a few political analysts, what the ANC, media person is saying, ANC will talk, but not to MKP. So they're obviously going to talk to other parties.
So basically, anything to do with MK is now out. No, we're not going to deal with them.
It's sort of disappointed them in the way MK was formed. These are breakaway ANC members.
Right.
Obviously, the question that you asked earlier, for 6 months, such a short span of forming themselves, how could they get so many votes? So these people that formed this breakaway party, they were well organized. They did elections before. They were quite senior members of the ANC. So they knew the game, how to mobilize in the 6 months, more so in KZN. And with Jacob Zuma being such an astute statesman, and with all his other problems, he was able to motivate these comrades to mobilize and organize themselves and go out to the people and tell the people that we are the guys should be running the government. Obviously, they expected more than what they achieved. They thought they'll clearly get an outright majority in KZN and get a majority in other provinces, which they failed to do. They eventually thought they'll get a 2/3 majority. And Prof. Devanagara spoke about it, and he says, one of two things: either they're dreaming or they're hopeful. But either way, they were far from that. They ended up with a decent 14.5%, which is good for a new party. But it gave, the ANC headaches. Now, the ANC Secretary General, Fikile Mbalula, and I know you're going to have a short break for Isha, he says they're down but not out.
Right.
He also said in the weekend, chatting to the media after the elections, that they expected Jacob Zuma to mobilize MK and to do well, but they didn't expect he would do this well. And I think what came to his surprise and most ANC, members is the fact that they had people within the ranks of ANC that were wearing ANC regalia, but were backing MK. And that will impact on eThekwini local government, because a lot of councillors who are ANC councillors may resign, and there'll be obviously by-elections, and MK will come in through the back door, even in local government as well. The challenge the ANC has at its NEC meeting on Thursday is that how to form a coalition. And they were totally against a coalition with the DA, because the DA was perceived to be a racist party, one that always opposed the ANC. But I think more important now is the public, including the Africans, Indian, coloreds, and whites, are saying, we want what is best for the country. And if you got good administrators and you got somebody that's going to work the interest of the people and give us value for money for the rates and taxes we pay and provide service delivery, so be it in this coalition. So I think this coalition, they will look at it positively and say, who are the best parties to run South Africa effectively, keeping in mind that we don't want coalitions to change every month, like what's happening in the municipalities, in Gauteng, in Tshwane, in Nelson Mandela, where the mayors are changing every couple of weeks. So they will have to have some kind of a legislative arrangement at national level with a strong coalition. So maybe after your Isha Azan break and the ad break, we will unpack that with ourselves and our guests that come up.
Yeah, we're supposed to get our political analyst, good enough, Mashego, but I think he's not available at the moment. So nonetheless, we will continue. We have another guest around about 7:15 or so, inshallah. And yeah, we'll take a quick ad break. And when we come back, we'll continue up until the news at 7 o'clock. It is Radio Al Ansar, and it is your special election program. This Monday evening, it certainly is. Yeah, honestly, the week getting up to a very exciting start as well. So keep it locked onto those dials. More coming your way in a bit.
Straight Talk is proudly sponsored by World of Travel.
اللهم احفظ المسجد الأقصى من اليهود الحاقدين اللهم أعد المسجد الأقصى إلى رحاب المسلمين اللهم وطهر المسجد الأقصى من اليهود الغاصبين اللهم عليك بهم فإنهم لا يعجزونك يا قوي يا متين اللهم منزل الكتاب مجري السحاب هازم الأحزاب سريع الحساب اهزم اليهود وزلزلهم يا قوي يا عزيز.
People of Palestine need your support now. Africa Muslims Agency is on the ground, already providing food, medication, and emergency supplies in Gaza. Donate any amount to Heal Palestine at africamuslimsagency.co.za. Africa Muslims Agency, empowering, educating, inspiring.
Stay tuned to Radio Al-Ansar throughout the month of Zulhijjah for the latest Hajj 1445 updates. We'll bring you the most current news and essential information daily, ensuring you're well prepared for a smooth and spiritually enriching journey. Our bulletins will feature direct messages from Hajjaj on the ground fortunate enough to be attending Hajj this year. Experience the interconnected nature of our world as we bring you updates from thousands of kilometers away. Don't miss our updates airing every day across all our main shows. Keep it locked on Radio Al-Ansar for all your Hajj updates.
Plan your dream holiday with this specialist, World of Travel. As we pride ourselves in offering you the best in Hajj and Umrah, we also offer travel packages to the Middle East, Far East, and many more exotic destinations. Call our professional travel consultants now on 031 20 8877 or view our website www.worldoftravel.co.za. Visit us at 44 Crescent Street as memorable journeys begin with World of Travel by Irshad Malik.
Straight Talk is proudly sponsored by World of Travel.
Siraj Basa on Radio Al-Ansar. Straight talk never sounded this good before.
Welcome back to the program. Now we're talking everything election related, and the new kid on the block, of course, were the ones that are causing much of a stir at the moment. The MK party made a good showing in these elections, but internal squabbles still plague the party. Now, expelled leader Jabulani Khumalo is headed to the electoral court to be reinstated. Now, he claims that he's the founder of the party and the one who registered it with the IEC. But he was expelled from his position as president and from the party earlier this year. Bear in mind that this is only a 6-month-old party. And the IEC then replaced him as a party leader with former President Jacob Zuma, whom, as we all know, cannot serve in any public position from the Constitutional Court ruling with regards to that. So Khumalo wants that decision to be declared invalid and unlawful. And he also wants the court to declare him as as the president of the party with immediate effect. So clearly not getting off to a very good start right there, whereby, internal squabbles within the party, coming to the fore there, Brother Yunus. But, looking at the whole issue of the MK, right, they are set to dominate here in KZN. Whether they're going to be forming the government or what remains to be seen. But what does that mean, for the citizens of KZN? Are we likely to see, instability coming our way, or are we likely to see the formation of a more stable coalition government here in KZN as well, with the MK at the helm?
Well, listen, there's two questions. One is the issue of the allegations of rigging. MK in KwaZulu-Natal says that it has gathered enough evidence to prove that the elections were manipulated to prevent his party or the party from securing above 45% of the vote in the province, because they were hoping they'll get 50% and run the province. The party said that this was done to allow the DA and ANC coalition nationally, which could filter through provinces. The MK also said they've rejected the results and demanded a manual recount. And we know yesterday that IEC has announced the results and ruled that they've taken into account all the objections and the elections are free and fair. The big parties have accepted, surprisingly, the ANC, DA, IFP, EFF. So there are indications that, in inverted commas, there could be a coalition of sorts amongst those parties. But according to the reports that are coming through, there's 574 objections that were lodged. There was chats with the aggrieved parties and some of the aggrieved parties, like, for example, African Movement Congress, AMC. His name is close to ANC. Leader Roy Moodley. And he says the Electoral Commission of South Africa has messed up big time following the poll results. Now, Roy Moodley was a close ally of Jacob Zuma. So why he conveniently chose the name AMC and obviously now following the footsteps of MK is giving you an indication that he himself was unsatisfied. He's saying that one can see all the parties are aggrieved, the voting was not done properly. I have evidence that certain people voted in certain districts and proved that his vote was given to someone else. Then several parties asked for a recount of election results, but obviously IEC dealt with it, and wherever they had to recount, they've recounted. Shortly after the news break, we will be interviewing Alliance Movement for Change President Ahmed Mansoor, Sheikh Imam. And he said that the election would go down in history as the most irregular in the country, and he's quite outspoken. Unfortunately, Ahmed Mansoor did not get a seat. He was quite confident, as we spoke to him before the elections, that he will get a few seats. Now, he's saying that the number of objections, the serious number of challenges that existed in voting stations, the lack of consistency amongst presiding officers and IEC staff, as well as the number of voting stations where people have claimed to have voted while showing no support of political party, despite assurance from the people with affidavits. He shared that they have received complaints nationwide that AM4C votes have been tampered with and that they have voted for the party and it has not been truly reflected. So obviously, there's a couple of smaller parties that are talking about the election results. But what can be done from a legislative point of view, we will have to wait. You can challenge anything in court, but highly unlikely you'll get any success when the election results have been announced and the IEC has proven that they followed due process. So inshallah, after the news break, we'll try to get hold of Imam Mansoor and find out exactly what he picked up and what recourse he has.
Absolutely.
But obviously that will be awaited in terms of legislation. But the process of within the next 14 days, there will have to be a president appointed, and those parties that have got their seats, they will have to allocate the ministerial positions, and we will discuss the coalition.
Now, with this number of political parties that have spoken up and aggrieved by the election results, the country's law enforcement agencies have assured the public that there would not be a repeat of what happened in July 2021 with regards to the unrest. The security cluster said that it had learned lessons from the unrest and prepared should there be any similar flare-up. So that's quite reassuring coming through.
I think Minister Bheki Cele has said that clearly, that they have their units organized and preparing for any kind of an unrest. But I think it's very important for the benefit of the country for us to establish in the next few days what is the future of the country, because all South Africans want a peace-loving setup, a safe and secure environment. They don't want a situation of an uncertain future. And I'm sure all the parties that are progressive are looking at it from that angle. So we will await and see. But let's explore the different permutations in the next hour, including having a chat with Mansoor Imam.
It's a minute after 7, which means it is news time. So we're going to go straight for the news. And when we come back, we'll continue our discussion. We're going to be speaking to Ahmed Manzoor Sheikh Imam, the leader of AM4C. We're going to be speaking to Professor Musa Zulu, a socio-political analyst and cultural heritage expert, about the ANC losing its majority as well. There's so much to unpack. Elections 2024, it's all happening right here on Radio Al Ansar. Right now, it's time to find out what's happening around the globe as well with your news at 7.
An informative Islamic global perspective. This is Al Ansar News.
3rd of June, the news from Durban 90.4 FM, Pietermaritzburg 105.6 FM. Local media cites reports of severe weather conditions. American Monitor. Local media says there are reports of tornado in the town of Utrecht near Newcastle. The South African Weather Service says today it cannot verify the phenomenon at this stage, but weather forecaster Yenden Sele of the Weather Service says the tornado and other conditions are possible considering the current weather conditions. Now, the Weather Service has issued warnings of severe thunderstorm in the northwestern interior of KwaZulu-Natal and disruptive rainfall in the southeast of the province. Hailstorms and heavy rain have been reported in Harding, Nottingham, and Port Shepstone. More news. The MK party founder Jabulani Khumalo today denies any knowledge of an email to the Independent Electoral Commission announcing his resignation from the party. Khumalo's legal counsel, Mfesane Kasbota, wants the Electoral Court to declare Khumalo's removal and Jacob Zuma's subsequent elevation as the leader to be declared invalid and unlawful. Khumalo was expelled from the party earlier this year. His lawyer, Mfesane Kasbota, argues on behalf of his client.
Duduzile Zuma Sambu, who was copied in the correspondence I'm talking about now. She was copied in that email. She then responds to that email, omits Mr. Khumalo's name as a copied party, and furnishes this purported resignation by my client. She, in that letter, says, I, Mr. Khumalo, resign, and I appoint Mr. Zuma as the president of Umkhonto weSizwe. Mr. Khumalo had no knowledge of this letter. But despite the IEC itself saying, in his own words, Mr. Khumalo does not wish to change the party name, or rather the name of the leader. Despite him having said that on that very day, they then received this email from Ms. Zuma Khumalo, who then says, I am resigning. And having omitted Mr. Khumalo in that email, they then accept that at face value. We argue that is irrational. Without calling Mr. Khumalo to verify the contents of this email that was clearly not copied in, they do not call him.
Staying with that story, Zuma's lawyer, Philisiwe May, says that a case or the matter has no basis. She's explaining.
If this has nothing to do with the elections, why are we here? Why are we here on an urgent basis without any decent or valid explanation as to why this matter could not have been brought to this court earlier? In fact, on their own version, they state that if this matter is heard beyond the election date, then this matter is moot. It reads in paragraph 68 that it's at 62, apology 62, that if this application is not heard and decided before the 29th of May 2024 and is heard after the election date, the matter will have become moot as the changes are required to make are centered on election campaigns of NKP, which only can be done before the elections. And so it's clear that on the applicant's own version that this matter is moot. The issue of urgency falls away, and there actually is no reason why we should be in this court on an urgent basis.
Here, international story. United Nations experts have urged all major countries in the world to recognize Palestinian statehood. Since the establishment of the State of Palestine in 1988, most countries have already recognized Palestinian statehood. That's according to experts. However, a dozen major countries, including Argentina, Australia, Canada, Germany, Hungary, Italy, France, and the United Kingdom and the United States, amongst others, have not recognized the Palestinian statehood. Earlier today, a group of United Nations experts called on all countries to recognize the Palestinian state to ensure peace in Western Asia. Your weather, it's 25 degrees, windy and downpours. A quick reminder of our top story. Local media says that there are reports of tornado in the town of Utrecht near Newcastle. The South African Weather Service says today it cannot verify the phenomenon at this stage. That's the
Straight Talk is proudly sponsored by World of Travel.
Are you or a loved one battling the disease of addiction? Is your family, life, relationships, work suffering due to alcoholism and substance abuse? Zensai Treatment Recovery and Wellness Center are addiction specialists offering specialized psychotherapy and naltrexone therapy to help overcome addiction. Zensai offers hotel-style facilities to allow your loved ones to regain their dignity and overcome alcoholism and drug abuse in the most comfortable setting possible. Fight addiction. Call Zensai Treatment Recovery and Wellness Center, the addiction recovery specialist on 031-563-0751.
Car won't start?
Can feel auto.
Noisy brakes?
Can feel auto.
Due for a service?
Can feel auto. Can feel auto. The answer to all your car problems. Your service and repair specialist for your VW, Audi, Suzuki, Toyota, or just about any vehicle. Kenfield Auto, your RMI and insurance approved workshop to handle them all. 236 Brickfield Road, Overport. Call us on 031-207-2399. Kenfield Auto.
Plan your dream holiday with this specialist, World of Travel. As we pride ourselves in offering you the best in Hajj and Umrah, we also offer travel packages to the Middle East, Far East, and many more exotic destinations. Call our professional travel consultants now on 031 20 8877 or view our website www.worldoftravel.co.za. Visit us at 44 Crescent Street as memorable journeys begin with World of Travel by Irshad Malik.
Straight Talk is proudly sponsored by World of Travel.
Siraj Basa, Monday, Friday, 6 to 7 p.m.
مولاي إني سائر للدين حتما سائر فالقدس صاحت غادر أدمى فؤاد الطاهر إني سائر حتما سائر صاحت غادر فؤاد الطاهر إني سائر للدين حتما سائر فالقدس صاحت غادر أدمى فؤاد الطاهر ونداء الأقصى أركاني فجر وجداني وضمير الأمة يا ربي مات بلا جاني الأقصى أركاني فجر وجداني وضمير الأمة يا ربي مات بلا جاني مجرم قالوا لأني أرفض الذل الكبير أرفض العيش بصمت ضمه القهر المرير قالوا لأني أرفض الذل الكبير أرفض العيش بصمت ضمه القهر المرير يقولوا ما يقولوا أنت من أرجو رضاك أنت من تعلم أني لك أرخصت الحياة أنت من أرجو رضا أنت من تعلم أني لك أرخصت الحياة مولاي
It's Mawlay by Muhammad Al Hussein that you're listening to right now on Radio Al Ansar, a special election program. Welcome to it. My name is Siraj Basa, and you are also in the company with the brother Yunus Sakur as well. We are in your company up until 8 o'clock this evening, inshallah, unpacking the elections 2024. What's going on behind the scenes, what's happening, and how did South Africa speak? What tune did South Africa use while it's going to the poll this election season? So time right now, it is 12 minutes past 7, and as I mentioned, we are in till 8 o'clock. We welcome your WhatsApp messages as well on 060-904-1056. And as I have stated, Brother Yunus Sakur is here as well. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Yunus, welcome back.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And looking forward to interviewing Brother Ahmed Mansoor just to establish what went wrong with his party.
Absolutely. Brother Ahmed Mansoor Sheikh Imam is the leader of the Allied Movement for Change, the AM4C, a party that we are all acquainted with, a household name here in KZN. So he's joining us on the line now. Brother Ahmed, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and welcome to Radio Al Ansar.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh from a very cold Western Cape, but shukran jazakallah for giving me opportunity this evening.
Alhamdulillah. How are you keeping this evening?
Well, just a little bit stressed with what has gone on, particularly how the elections went on, and it's something I think we're going to deal with shortly. But yes, other than that, alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Absolutely.
Ahmed Mansoor, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yunus Sakur, how are you, Ahmed?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, my brother, all is well.
We sort of understand your disappointment in not getting a few seats in the National Assembly and indeed in the province. Now, I think you mentioned clearly in the media release that this election would go down in history as the most irregular in the country. You mentioned that there's a number of objections, a serious number of challenges that existed, lack of consistency amongst presiding officers and IEC staff, etc., etc. Now, last night, I'm not sure whether you were present at the election center where the electoral officer mentioned that he's pronouncing a free and fair election and endorsed by the bigger parties. What's your take on sort of the announcement last night?
Well, let me just start off by saying, in terms of the seat allocation, we have just sent correspondence, two of us parties, to the IEC, asking them to explain. There's a whole group of political parties, starting it's Al Jamaa, Bausa, Good, and many others who did not make the cut, all of them. And so in terms of the fractional system, they were all allocated one each, and Hope South Africa and ourselves, AM4C, did not get them. Right up to Good Party, we had about 29,000 votes got one in terms of the fraction system, okay, on the second round. Now, what is confusing us and concerning, almost all other parties are saying they expected Hope South Africa and the AM4C, and I think the last one before that is after us is UIM, I think if it is, to get seats as well. But what they've done, instead of giving us, because we also didn't make the cut, they then went and gave a second one to the parties that did not make the cut in the first place, which includes Al Jamaa, Bausa, and Rise Mzansi, and Good. So we can't seem to understand that. So we have now raised a complaint and to ask them to explain why did they go that route. When we were there, we also didn't qualify, but just like the others, you gave them one. Why do you need to give them two and leave others? If you look at others like Hope South Africa had 27,000 people supported them. 22,010 people supported us. But that's the first matter that we are dealing with currently. Now, before I go to the other things, there's quite a serious constitutional problem that we are existing right now. Although there's a problem in terms of interpretation of the law. And that is, the MK party is saying that they will not attend. And if they're saying if they don't attend, which means you have less than 350 parties, which means parliament can't sit. They cannot sit to even elect a president or anything. Now, I've tried to interrogate the act, and the argument that's coming forward is that parliament, the 400 members are already elected. And yes, the law says that 350 members parliament must have a compromise of a minimum of 350 and a maximum of 400. Now, there is a problem with interpretation of the law there. And that matter is still being interrogated. If it is correct, then it means that the MK will not participate. If they don't participate and nothing goes forward, means there's going to have to be another election.
Brother Ahmed, if you say that the MK is not going to attend, that's because they also have raised issues about voter irregularity, and they also want it addressed. Is that the reason why they are threatening to boycott?
Yes, very much. There's 26 parties. Obviously, my brother, some of them are going to back out.
Right.
But the problem is this, and I want to say this. Some may think that, these are just disgruntled parties. Clearly, it is not the case. Just before your call, I've got another complaint from somebody in the area there. But over and above that, the number of concerns, and let me tell you how they're coming. If you take the AM4C, we had no funding, no financial resources, no party agents. Where are we picking this up? People have been calling us to tell us, but hold on. We see that you got 0 votes in certain voting stations, but we went and voted for you there. The moment we started getting that information, we started interrogating it even further. And I promise you, I'll give you a good example from Benoni. Caller called, they said about 70 of them voted for the AM4C. The 70 votes appears on the regional ballot and is not appearing on the national and provincial, but we voted for all of them. There's an independent observer sent that we don't know her at all. She says she took note of all the results and ours is not correct. There's another one just gave an affidavit 45 minutes ago. Exactly the same thing as well. Inanda in Durban, this entire family of about 15 of them went to vote. They are saying, but it's showing 0. Kwamashu is showing 0. 6 of them that I picked up in city of Cape Town alone is showing zeros, and people have been calling us. 80% voted for DA in Bukap, which is predominantly Muslim community.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible. Now leave us, right? Then you got all these other parties that are bringing similar thing. That ARA say they got 50,000 registered members.
Correct, yes.
In the Western Cape. And 150,000 all over the country. My brother, they couldn't even get 8 or 10,000 votes. MK is raising the same concerns about certain voting stations. We know that through money, Ace Magashule controls the Free State. No success whatsoever. But they're showing you evidence of discrepancies where they've got the results, they got photograph of the result, because that's what party agents do for those that are privileged and could afford them. But when you're looking at the boards and the results at the results center, it's showing it's not there or it's less. Now, let me tell you where the problem is, which I've just established an hour ago. And this, and I'm not going to give names. This is what I'm told the process and the procedure is. First of all, the IEC IT system there's a company linked to the United States of America that is responsible for that, done via Telkom. Okay, number one. There are auditors that are auditing to ensure with the slip and what they are actually punching. Then it goes to another section, which they've got absolutely no control, who can add and subtract and do whatever they want on that system. And that's exactly what they're doing on the system. If you saw that thing collapsed and for 2 hours,
yes,
suddenly when it came on, what did they pick up, my brothers? They picked up numbers have increased considerably for certain political parties. Now, all this put together, and what even happened at some of the voting stations, people were sent out. Once the voting was done, they said, now you must leave, you must go. You are supposed to sit within 1.5 meters of the presiding officer where it's happening to watch. No, you must sit 6 meters away. Ballot boxes, you were not allowed to check if there was anything inside there or nothing inside there. Right now, if you want a recount, how do we know it's already not being tampered with as we speak? There are ballot boxes, we are told, that have been found not even open. There are ballot boxes that are missing. If you went to different voting stations, the presiding officers, they were not consistent in terms of how they must apply the rules. Some did it once, others did it in another way. They didn't even know what they can do and what they can't do. Then your IT system was off and on most of the day and night. The amount of discrepancies in this, but most importantly, the evidence that we have, which we've all sent through to the IEC, is no more 578. There's going into thousands of objections right now.
Right.
We have written to the IEC. IEC is arrogant as ever, adamant that they want to give the go-ahead with the announcements, which is what they did. They will not listen even if you go to court. I know how they operate. So they're not going to listen to us. ARA is in court and there's further meetings tomorrow as well. All the other parties that are supporting it are going to court as well to try and ask at least for a recount, okay, with credible people there. And so that's the other situation we're sitting with. But most importantly, what happens if you do have another recount and you establish that there were considerable number of votes that affected parties, which will have an impact on the outcome of the election, but you've already sworn in members and government is starting to run. If it does, based on what I'm hearing, there's a chance it may not. What is going to happen? Why could they not delay the announcement for 48 hours and entertain those objections that they've got and then made the announcement? It wouldn't have made any difference. Is it not better to delay it for 2 days, or people are going to run to court now, which can delay it for weeks?
Mansoor, the sort of electoral officer, he indicated that when those objections were lodged, he dealt with it. And based on the outcome of dealing with the objections, he has now pronounced that the results are correct and they're free and fair. And it was endorsed by the bigger parties. Now, what is, obviously you're saying the matter is going to go to court, and you mentioned that it's highly unlikely the courts will overrule the IEC's decision. So where to from there? Because I want to come to the next question of the 350 quorum. So in terms of these objections, if it goes to court and how quickly the court is going to respond, we just need to know, because obviously in 14 days' time, which is around the 14th or 15th of June, Parliament will have to sit and elect a president. So we've got time against us. What is the situation as we speak?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure where that information is coming from. If you remember the night before the results were announced, the chairperson, on questions from the media, he was asked whether you have any evidence on the objections lodged. He said, no, nothing. Nothing, because at that stage, they haven't even looked at the objections. Let me repeat, they haven't even looked at it. They already made mention that the announcement...
But Ahmed, why did he say that he dealt with the objections appropriately and now the results are final and binding? He said that.
No. He said on the night that we are going to proceed and make the announcement based on the Act. The Act says within so many days you must announce it. Whether, and if you read the Act says that objections are not a ground, and this is the weakness in the system. That's why Parliament is basically run by the courts in this country, and most people run to courts. What the Act is that an objection lodged can be lodged, but that doesn't necessarily give a grounds for you not to make the announcement and pronounce the election results. No, it doesn't. Now, what they could have done is delayed it for 48 hours because they had 7 days from the day of the election. They could have announced it on Tuesday night if they wanted to. They chose not to. But he said that very clearly. We are going to make the announcement, which is what they did. Now, correspondence was sent to them from legal representatives and everything. They ignored it. They didn't even respond. Right up to now, 6 o'clock today, they are saying you can go ahead and continue sending your objection. So that answers your question. If you say it's free and fair, you have done that. Why have you now extended the deadline for objections till 6 o'clock today? Because you're still getting objections. You've made the pronouncement based on the Act. And that is how the IEC works. I'll tell you all they do. They'll now tell you that you'll have to go through the electoral process. You can go through to the court, everything. In the meantime, Parliament will continue to run if it does. That's how they operate. I've seen it. I have 10 years of experience with the IEC. The NFP is where it is today to a very large extent because of the irregular and inconsistent conduct of the IEC, to be honest with you, in my observation. But that's the first thing, okay? So on the issue of free and fair, Human Science Research Council, now tell me, my brothers, with all these objections you're getting and they're running into thousands, there's evidence. Where was the HSRC in all these voting stations to declare it's free and fair? I know about election observer missions because I was part of it in the SADC region. You have people complaining to you, you'll have the SADC region, they will tell you it's free and fair. These are all bodies that are toothless, linked to government. They're not objective or independent. That is the crux of the problem we're sitting. Now you tell me if it was free and fair, then where's all these objections coming from? I give you an example. For the first time I heard an hour and a half ago, because I was always wondering where could the weakness be. Now we are hearing from the auditor after that there's another weakness. And think about it. And if you saw yesterday, before the announcement, how some political parties' numbers, including the AM4C, at one stage I was getting calls from people to say, but your numbers have reduced. When we look at it, yeah, it reduced. So somebody has have access to increase and decrease those numbers. If they have access to that, and given the fact that this thing is conducted by a company aligned to the United States who wants regime change in the South Africa, and if you look at right now, there's something very strange which never happened in the history of politics in South Africa. I don't know if it happened in the world. If you look at the margins of each political parties, did you realize that the ANC has to get into a coalition perhaps with the DA? Yes. The MK can't get into one with the EFF. Did you notice in KwaZulu-Natal, MK can't get into one with the EFF, it won't be good enough. And then look at all the parties that follow, same thing with National. This is one election, it's almost impossible to create a government there. You understand? Maybe perhaps you need a government of national unity and scrap it, finish. That's the only way. It means clearly, my brothers, we're not looking deep into it. There appears to be a manipulation of how the results are being posted, and somebody has access to the system in order to control it so that you can achieve the objective. Now, what is the objective they want? They want the objective of ensuring that the ANC works with the DA, and it's coming to your screens. Believe me. You're going to see what you're going to hear tomorrow.
Ahmed, I think
that's the ANC that's going to be working with the DA, with nobody else.
Ahmed, we're looking at the coalitions.
Then you'll understand.
Yes, I agree with you. We're looking at the coalitions, and that's inevitable. But tell me, from the point of view of the legal recourse you'll have, will anything come out of it?
To be honest with you, it is for that reason. Jacob Zuma made a statement, former President Jacob Zuma, he made the statement that, they're not going to sit back. And I'm telling you, this is a provocation which can lead to a civil war in South Africa. And let me also say this. I know for a fact the IEC is going to remain arrogant and tell you to go to court. Who controls the IEC? ANC. Who appoints these judges and constitutional holders? ANC. Who controls them all? So
Okay.
this is the problem.
No,
with sitting in-
interesting.
remember what I
Yeah,
said.
some interesting comments, Ahmed. But just coming back quickly, we got 2-3 other interviews to do. It's good we spoke to you and you raised these issues. The quorum for the National Assembly. You mentioned if they don't get 350 and MK decides not to attend, you're saying that the meeting won't go ahead, or will they go ahead by default?
The problem we got is different people are interpreting it differently. Some legal experts are saying that in terms of the act, this is not the National Assembly, the first sitting must be attended by no more than 400 and no less than 350. Okay? Now, if that is true and the MK says we're not going to participate, then it means you can't continue. However, others, some of who have agreed on that principle, now spoke to other legal experts, and others are saying no. The moment at this point in time, 400 people are already elected office bearers. They're not sworn in, they are elected. So they can convene even if 3 of the 52 of the 58, I think it is, of the 400 don't attend. So there is a problem in terms of the interpretation of the law. If Zuma's faction is correct, then it means they can't go ahead. I know Parliament is going to insist and wanting to go on. Again, it's a constitutional matter. Back to the courts, and that's what is going to happen. But I know that they're going to continue, in my view.
Brother Ahmed, shukran for your time and making time to chat with us. Clearly, you have your work cut out for you. It remains to be seen, what part the country will be taking in the coming days. But yes, you have given us a lot of food for thought as well. Shukran for your time. All the best, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
That was Ahmed Manzoor Sheikh Imam, the leader of the Allied Movement for Change, AM4C, a relatively new party coming in at about 21,000 votes or so, in the national elections, highlighting a lot of irregularities that have been established by the smaller parties, and talking about the role of the IEC as well in the election process. Clearly, a lot has been said, and when we come back, inshallah, we'll be talking about the major political party that had suffered the most at the ballot box this elections, the ANC, and the losses that it has incurred. So all that and more coming your way, inshallah, in a but keep it locked onto those dials.
Shimmer, sparkle, captivate. Nothing less than a masterpiece. Droplets of gold inspires precious design. Platinum bursts with intricate freshness. And every pure diamond becomes more than just a girl's best friend. Voda Gold Gem Jewelers, where timeless dreams become a reality. We tailor-make designer gold, platinum, and diamond jewelry. Trade in or remodel your old gold. Clad yourself with classy name-branded watches. We offer insurance valuation and Freezer card calculation. Visit us at 534 Ridge Road, Overport, or call 031 208 9142. Voda Gold Gem Jewelers, manufacturers of fine gold and diamond jewelry.
Discover a world of financial wisdom. From centuries-old traditions to modern wealth, our innovative Sharia banking offerings ensure you can grow and secure your legacy while staying true to your values. Let us guide you on your journey to virtuous financial well-being and help you bank with purpose. Search Standard Bank Sharia Banking to learn more. Standard Bank is an authorized FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Plan your dream holiday with the specialist, World of Travel, as we pride ourselves in offering you the best in Hajj and Umrah. We also offer travel packages to the Middle East, Far East, and many more exotic destinations. Call our professional travel consultants now on 031 20 888 77 or view our website www.worldoftravel.co.za. Visit us at 44 Crescent Street as memorable journeys begin with World of Travel by Irshad Malik.
In South Africa, countless numbers of sick patients leave their homes at the crack of dawn to join long queues at clinics and public hospitals, many of them suffering pangs of hunger in addition to the symptoms of disease. The Al Imdad Foundation's Slice for Life teams deliver sandwiches to these patients at more than 40 hospitals and clinics across the country. Help us to keep on relieving hunger. Donate online at alimdad.com or call 0861 786 243 for more information.
Siraj Vasa on Radio Al Ansar.
Taking a look at some of your messages on 060-904-1056. This one says, Salams, the NC did not make an objection because South Africa is listed on the New York Stock Exchange and Ramaphosa is listed as one of the owners. So the Zionist regime wants the DA to be in coalition. Okay, yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam. Salam's good show as always, Brother Siraj. My family and I of 20 in Durban have voted for the AM4C. Yeah, I'm sure that counted as part of the 20,000 votes that went for the AM4C, and like that, quite a few people, many people around the country as well, voting for that party. So quite a lot was unpacked in that interview, Brother Yunus.
Yes, most certainly. And he was disillusioned. He brought in some important information. But it's important to notice how this thing pans out going forward. The 350 versus 400 and, if there's no quorum, how it works out. But I'm sure these guys done their homework with the legal guys. And hopefully later in the week, we'll know what's happening.
So let's come back to the issue of coalition, right? We have where we've discussed the scenarios and everything. So currently in the South African political spectrum, there are various parties with various different ideologies. You have the EFF, believing in nationalization, land expropriation. You got the ANC, which of course is more on the moderate side of things. You got the Freedom Front Plus. You got the DA with its own set of ideologies and its demands. So if we are to look at a possible coalition of the DA and the ANC now, which is often being touted in the media. So some projections have stated that perhaps the DA will assume parliamentary control, as in, national speaker, chairman of, the National Council of Provinces, and let the ANC, hold on to government in terms of filling ministerial positions and seeing to the executive. So basically splitting the executive into two, whereby you'll have, the government on one side and parliament on the other side. And of course, the IFP coming in there as well. How likely is that to work, and what does that mean for the stability of South Africa, in terms of South Africa's governance? We know that the past 15 years has not been a very smooth sailing, regime for many South Africans. We know the current situation that we find ourselves in. So if this coalition, as is often talked about, does come along, what would this mean for South Africans in general? And what does this mean for our foreign policy? Because we know that the ANC favors a more global South dominance, reliance on China, reliance on Russia, whereas the DA perhaps favors a more, imperial policy, whereby you curry favor with the Europeans and the United States. So what does this mean for South Africans and for our foreign policy?
Well, there will have to be a compromise of sorts. I think that if the ANC, EFF, and DA go into a coalition with smaller parties and isolate the MK, the EFF may have to stand down on some of the demands to ensure stability. The deal will be that the DA may get, I'm not saying, what you're talking about, a deputy president and maybe a few ministers, and EFF may get a few MEC positions as well. What the public wants is stability. They want to improve service delivery. They want a tighter security situation. They also want the infrastructure to be dealt with. They want local government to be run effectively. Whole lot of challenges that the last 5 years the country has encountered. They want those to be dealt with appropriately.
Right.
They must do away with any kind of maladministration. There must be no corruption. Whatever the people contribute to the coffers of the country should be spent for the benefit of the citizens. They should look at creating more employment opportunities to reduce the unemployment rate from 34% to 35% to below 30%, to ensure that the NHI works effectively, because a lot of pieces of legislation have already been signed by President Ramaphosa, the different bills, etc. So there will have to be further discussions in a coalition to deal with all these issues. But ultimately, the next 5 years, I think the intention with the parties in a coalition will have to deal with all the challenges and start ensuring that they are dealt with appropriately. So I'm saying those are top priorities, and there will have to be compromise chats, etc. And ultimately, if the country can see improvements in service delivery in all forms, because in 2026, local government elections will be upon us.
Right.
And that will be a precursor for how the government is going towards the next election. So this next 5 years will be crucial for us. Those smaller parties that have lost off will have to bite the bullet and prepare for the municipal elections, because as Ahmed Mansour said, even if it goes to the court, nothing may happen. Decision has been taken, seats have been allocated to the different parties. So, the job must continue of running the country.
So all this that is happening certainly pointing to winds of change, which are sweeping the South African political landscape. As the country went to the polls, and we have this very historic electoral verdict. Now, the ANC has witnessed its worst election results since the end of apartheid. They've seen a catastrophic drop in votes for the party in the general elections. Now, the ANC had received around 40% of the national vote and has lost its 3-decade absolute majority that it enjoyed. Now, the DA, of course, is in the second place, and as we know, the MK now coming in at third place at just a little over 14%. So what does this mean for the ruling party? Joining us on the line now, we have Professor Musa Zulu, a socio-political analyst and cultural heritage expert who's joining us this evening. Professor, good evening and welcome to Radio Al Ansar.
Good evening. Good evening, my brother, and good evening to your listeners.
How are you doing this evening, sir?
No, I'm doing quite well. It's a Monday. A little bit rainy here in KZN, but it's okay. All is well.
All is well indeed, but not so much on the political spectrum as we see what's happening at the moment. So looking at, the ruling party, of course, coming out a very somber tone, eating humble pie, accepting the election results, accepting what South Africans had to say. What does the ANC, what does it signify? What message does it send to the ruling party? The fact that they have lost the absolute majority and now face a very, very different political landscape in South Africa?
Well, it was always going to happen at some stage. If you look at the history of liberation movements, they usually, throughout sub-Saharan Africa, they usually do become smaller as time goes on, because what happens is that the generation of the people who witnessed, for example, apartheid in South Africa and were witnessed the change in 1994 are becoming lesser and lesser. A new voter is appearing who has got a different set of interests in terms of what they want to get out of a government. It was expected, but also when you look at the case of the ANC now, it happened inside the ANC with the formation of Mkhonto weSizwe, and lots of those votes, you can see that there were votes that were otherwise ANC votes, not all of them, but lots of them. And so it happened inside the ANC. It's not saying about the strength of opposition parties, but it says something about the weaknesses of the internal human relations within the ANC.
Indeed. It was more of an implosion rather than,
Yes.
external forces coming through. So as you mentioned, this is basically, the trends or the patterns that emerge with liberation movements. So how does the party now adapt to this kind of change? What needs to be done for them to go back to the drawing board, to say, this is what we have done over the past 30 years. This is what the country now says. And what's the way forward from here?
I think the ANC, where they missed over the past 30 years was on the issue of the economy, managing the economy in a way that the economy creates jobs and keeps expanding emphasizing on entrepreneurship instead of emphasizing more on employment. That is what will need to be fixed now. We're working with whoever will be in coalition with. And then, of course, fortunately, there has been coalitions in South Africa in local government. So it's not a process that is entirely new. However, at provincial and national level, it may come with lots of challenges for the ANC. 40%, if you look at countries with who live with coalitions, Germany, etc., that's the normal poll for their organizations in those countries. So it's not something that is bad at all,
right,
in its own. Because if we had to have the ANC forever, I think you would too soon have a situation where they start relaxing and they start caring only for themselves and not for the people.
Is that not exactly what happened in the last 10 or 15 years? They become complacent.
Well, 1994, yes. Well, the change was in 2009 when a new type of ANC leadership came to government. They were not the same as the government that had been under Mandela and Thabo Mbeki.
Right.
You know what happened. Then you had the looting. You had state capture.
Right.
You had strange ways of behaving, which I think now they started sowing that and they are reaping it now in 2024.
But the ones that were, in the corridors of power then are now basically going to be on the opposition benches.
Well, the MK people, yes, no, they will be there because everyone, thinks that the MK people, as former President Mbeki was saying at some stage, there's a lot of people who were involved with state capture who have gone to the MK party. They will be on the opposition benches, making noises, etc. But the ANC may have to look at very serious partners for coalition.
Yeah.
Partners with experience in running government, so that at least for the next 5 years we can have stability.
Let's talk. You mentioned that this is very common for countries in Europe like Germany, getting this type of result. But here in South Africa, this was very, very uncommon for us. And of course, things can't remain the same every election. It does add a bit of change in life. So let's talk coalition politics. Some potential partners who the ANC could not merge with, but we're basically going to a relationship with in order to form a government. And how might they align ideologically and strategically as well?
Well, good question. What's happening now, from what I hear, is that, for example, take KZN, where MK party got 45%, but they fell short of crossing the 50% plus one line. So the talks are going on that the ANC, DA, IFP, and NFP can form the government. They cross that line in terms of allocation of seats. In terms of Gauteng, you'll find something similar, but maybe they may have also to get the EFF inside or even Action SA and work with the DA as well. Nationally, there's talks on the corridors that the coalition will be ANC with the DA, IFP, and one or two other moonshot MPC parties, so that you can have a government that works. It happened before. In 1994, for example, there was a government of national unity as per the old constitution, but parties had gotten used to working together. It will have to be like that. Otherwise, we are facing a huge problem in the country.
Absolutely. So what are we likely to expect in the coming days, in terms of stability, in terms of transition of power? What are we likely to see happen?
Well, what we're likely to see happen maybe by Thursday or Friday is announcement of some coalitions that have been negotiated successfully. Now, you will find, for example, in the ANC that there could be people that say, no, ANC cannot work with the Democratic Alliance and so on and so on and so on. But the reality of the situation is, for stability, you must also think of investors. Who will investors have confidence in if the ANC was to go out looking for coalition partners? I don't think that the investors could have confidence in, for example, an ANC-MK coalition or even an ANC-EFF coalition. There could be problems there. So you will have to, it's a complete shift. And the rhetoric of liberation politics, leftist leaning, the time for that has gone now. The country has to be rebuilt, and especially those that are serious about rebuilding the country, the economy, and getting everything back to order will have to announce later this week, maybe weekend, how they have negotiated in terms of coalitions.
Professor Musa Yunus Sakuria, some interesting comments you've made. I just want to make a comment that I observed in the last few days on the reaction of the EFF leader, Julius Malema, when they asked him about coalitions, and he was quite moderate in his attack of the ruling party. Indications are that he may form part of this coalition between the DA, ANC, EFF, and the Moonshot Pact. So that will isolate MK. How do you see it?
It's possible. I think at the moment, and you can quote me anywhere, Yunus, the one common enemy for many seems to be the MK. I think it's because maybe the way Zuma did it, collapsing the ANC from within, and so on. So most of these moderate parties will want to keep MK as far away from power as possible.
No, that's very important. And I also looked at the equation in KZN, where MK holding the majority, but they may not be the ruling party in parliament. That could likely be the case as well. And indeed in other provinces as well, including Western Cape, where there will be a shared parliament, because the DA won the majority, ANC in the others, but it'll be like basically a coalition of sorts throughout the country.
Yes, it will, and it may signify maybe how we're going to work politically speaking over the next 20, 30 years. Because, as I said earlier, the voter is shifting a little bit from those that were celebrating Mandela and liberation politics, is now looking at bread and butter issues of every day. Do we have water? Do I have a job? Do my kids go to school? Do we have food on the table? And all of those issues. You can then write a million books about how we got liberated in 1994. This new voter is not going to be impressed with that. You remember in India, for example, Mahatma Gandhi's political party was a big liberator there.
The Congress Party, yes.
Exactly. But when it fell quite spectacularly.
Yes.
Because even though the Gandhi family were a big brand, political brand, the new voter was interested in other things.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes, we spoke about service delivery and the challenges that the communities face, and they were hoping that this coalition will definitely improve. Now, obviously, we're looking at a coalition stroke government of national unity, which will deal with the challenges, bring in economic improvement in the country, lower our petrol prices with improvement in the rand, etc. So they're projecting a positive move on behalf of the country, Professor.
Yes, I am. I am projecting that things are going to be positive. As I said, maybe, and I have nothing against MK, I just objectively feel that the investors would be very uncomfortable if MK was to be anywhere near power. Then, of course, if the moderates work together, and if you look at the ANC, they have experience of running government. The IFP has experience of running government in KZN, and also in the government of national unity. They were given 3 departments and 2 deputy ministership at that time, and several other diplomatic postings they were given also at that time. So we could find that kind of situation where, for example, President Ramaphosa remains president of the country, but you find that the speaker comes from the DA, for example, of Parliament. And that would be quite interesting. I heard that it may need to be so, because when there is no one with a majority, negotiations are such that you say, what is in it for me and my people?
Right.
Also, what is in it for our ideology and so on? We're moving, I think, towards that.
And I think that the ANC did mention, as part of the renewal policy, they're dealing with corruption, maladministration, and various other limitations and challenges. So this will enable them to be supported in dealing with those issues. Just one more point, Professor, before we close up. We're running out of time. The issue of the first sitting in Parliament, there was mentioned that you need a quorum of 350, but there's different interpretations. Your comment on that? Because the MK got 58 and it may affect that, but it may not necessarily.
No, not necessarily. That's in the Constitution, but the Constitution then says also a legislation will determine the composition of how to arrive at. And the Electoral Act is clear about how to have. It's not about quorums, but it's a minimum number of members that must be present, for example, in passing of legislations or in electing of presidents and so on. I think the MK party did not read that very well.
It's a two-thirds majority.
What I hear... Hello? Yes?
Is it a two-thirds majority that they're referring to?
Well, no. You're referring to the sitting of the first sitting of Parliament, where the Speaker will be elected. It does not mean that all members of Parliament must be present, but there must be a threshold. I think it's a one-third or two-thirds, something like that. I can double-check it. But I've been talking to some lawyers, legal experts. No. The MK party is misreading that part of the Constitution.
Professor, thank you so much for your time and chatting to us on Alansar this evening. So it's been great having you on. Have yourself a wonderful evening.
Thank you all the time. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye. That was Professor Musa Zulu, a socio-political analyst and cultural heritage expert, talking to us about the decline of the ANC and coalition politics in South Africa. We have a minute to go before we wrap up the program. Brother Yunus, your closing statements for this evening?
Very interesting discussion with our guests, discussion on the coalitions, discussions on what will be best for the country. We make du'as that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guides our leaders, and ultimately the administration and governance of the country must be for the benefit of its people, because it's an amanat. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide our leaders towards providing the best services for our community.
Inshallah, Ameen. We certainly do hope so. Very interesting and challenging times ahead. If you have made mistakes, even serious ones, there is always another chance for you. What we call failure is not the falling down, but the staying down, right? That's failure. Not when you fall down, it's when you stay down. That's what Brother Noor Muhammad. That should wrap it up for this evening, inshallah. We'll do it again tomorrow between 6 and 8, a special election program. Until then, take care. Have a great Tuesday. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Welcome to Simplex Radio. Visit our showroom for the full range of car audio. Our TV department carries top brands with quality LED panels, full HD to Ultra HD, and now the experience of Super Ultra HD. Visit our theater rooms and transform your home with brands like Onkyo, Integra, Denon, Boston Acoustics, Yamaha, and more for quality audio visual experience. Now available, full range of home appliances. A one-stop shopping experience. Call 031 306 4029 or Kenilworth Park, 202 Brickville Road, Port. Simplex Radio, the name you can trust.
An informative Islamic global perspective. This is Alansar News.
News. These are the 3rd of June. The news from Durban 90.4 FM to Maritzburg 105.6 FM. Local media sites report of severe weather conditions. American Marina. Local media says there are reports of tornado in the town of Utrecht near Newcastle. The South African Weather Service says today it cannot verify the phenomenon at this stage. But weather forecast INN the weather service says that tornado and other conditions are possible considering the current weather conditions. And weather service has issued warnings of severe thunderstorms in the northwestern interior of KwaZulu-Natal and disruptive rainfall in the southeast of the province. Hailstorms and heavy rain have been reported in Cardiff, Nottingham, and Port Shepstone. News: the MK Party founder Jabulani Kumalo today denies any knowledge of an email to the Independent Electoral Commission announcing his resignation from the party. Kumalo's legal counsel, Mpesani Kasbota, wants the Electoral Court to declare Kumalo's removal and Jacob Zuma's subsequent elevation as the meeting to be declared invalid and unlawful. Kumalo was expelled from the party earlier this year. His lawyer, Mpesani Kasbota, argues at the end of his client.
Duduzile Zuma Sambu, who was copied in the correspondence I'm talking about now. She was copied in that email. She then responds to that email, omits Mr. Kumalo's name as a copied party, and finishes this purported resignation by my client. She in that letter says, I, Mr. Kumalo, resign and I appoint Mr. Zuma as the president of Mkondo Sizwe. Mr. Kumalo had no knowledge of this letter. But despite the IEC itself saying, in his own words, Mr. Kumalo does not wish to change the party name, or rather the name of the leader. Despite him having said that on that very day, they then received this email from Ms. Zuma Kumalo, who then says, I am resigning. And having committed Mr. Kumalo in that email, they didn't accept that it feels we argue that is irrational. Without calling Mr. Kumalo to verify the contents of this email that was clearly not copied, they do not call him.
Story. Zuma's lawyer, Phyllis Wayne, says that the case or the matter has no basis. She's explaining.
If this has nothing to do with the elections, why are we here on an urgent basis without any decent or valid explanation as to why this matter is not available to the court earlier? They say that if this matter is election dates, then this matter is missed. These impacts create according to 2. Now, if this application is not there and started before the 29th of May 2024, the matter will become new as the changes are required to make on safety of election campaigns or NKP. Only can be done before the elections.
The Al-Ansar Foundation, Dawah, Tarbiyah, and Education, establishing the foundations of Islamic civilization in South Africa.
The views and opinions expressed by the presenters and guests of Radio Al-Ansar are not necessarily the views and opinions of Radio Al-Ansar and the Al-Ansar Foundation.
This Q&A program is brought to you by the Capital Group of Companies, Capital Air, Capital Decor, and Kate Equip for the benefits of the Ummah.
Alhamdulillah wa kafa wa salatu wa salamu ala man istafa Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa azwajihi wa dhurriyyatihi wa ahli baytihi wa ashabihi wa barik sallim. Amma ba'd, a'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma yassir wa la tu'assir wa tammim li bil khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We welcome the listeners of Sirius FM, Al-Ansar International, and Markaz Sahaba, the voice of the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, to this edition of the Q&A on this day, Islamic Day, the 24th of Dhul Qa'dah, 1445, corresponding with the Gregorian date of June 2024, kindly and generously brought to you by the Capital Group of Companies, our esteemed Amir and President Qadir Hussain, Hafizahullah, whom we have on the line at the moment. For our local listeners, if you have a question, the WhatsApp number is 0846 and our international listeners, the number 07847631332. Before we proceed, the latest economic indicators, the Zakat Nisab is 11,400 Rand. The Mahr Fatimi is 28,700 Rand. The minimum Mahr according to the Hanafi Madhab is 600 Rand. And according to the Maliki Madhab is 200 Rand. As for the Shafi'i and Hanbali Madhab, there is no minimum. Now, those who wish to listen to the talks of Mufti at any time, may visit his website at Mufti AKN, that is HOOSEN.net. And if you wish to correspond via email with Mufti Sahib, you may do so through the email AKHussein, again it's HOOSEN @gmail.com, and the X account or former Twitter account is AK Hussein. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Mufti Sahib. Mufti Sahib, our first question, what are the virtues of Dhul Hijjah? Our next question: is it permissible for me to hold Fazailul A'mal and recite it during my menses? Wife's sister's husband, my daughter's mahram. My wife's sister's husband, my daughter's mahram. Who is responsible for a woman after she receives talaq? Her husband is not financially stable. Her father is still living. My son passed away a few months ago. He left behind his wife, an unborn daughter, father and mother, and two sisters. Now that the daughter is born, please explain the Sharia distribution of the estate. Yes. it permissible to slaughter one sheep with the niyyah of Qurbani and Aqiqah? Inshallah, we will now take a break and continue with the next segment after the break.
This Q&A program is brought to you by the Capital Group of Companies, Capital Air, Capital Decor, and Kate Equip for the benefits of the Ummah.
Discover our new range of exotic perfumes, ouds, and bukhur straight from Dubai. Now available at Wonder Days. We stock a wide selection of Nabil and Chris Adams fragrances, perfect for your unique lifestyle. But that's not all. We also cater to your Islamic lifestyle needs with prayer mats, tasbeehs, dua stickers, bukhur burners, and mizwaks. Looking for herbal capsules and essential oils? Look no further. Experience the beauty of Wonder Days. Shop now and elevate your senses.
The Watch Doctor. For watch repairs, watch batteries, watch straps, 21st keys, engraving, and sound for your occasion. Handled professionally at 263 Sparks Road, Mohammedia Center, Suite 104, Overboard, next to Sparks Road Masjid. Contact Zain on 082 542 3070. The Watch Doctor. The Watch Doctor. Keeping time every time. Welcome to Simplex Radio. Visit our showroom for the full range of car audio. Our TV department carries top brands with quality LED panels, full HD to Ultra HD, and now the experience of Super Ultra HD. Visit our theater rooms and transform your home with brands like Onkyo, Integra, Denon, Boston Acoustics, Yamaha, and more for quality audio visual experience. Now available full range of home appliances. A one-stop shopping experience. Call 031 306 4029 or Kenilworth Park, 202 Brickfield Road, Overport. Simplex Radio. The name you can trust.
This Q&A program is brought to you by the Capital Group of Companies, Capital Air, Capital Decor, and Kate Equip for the benefit of the Ummah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Once again, we welcome the listeners of Sirius FM, Al Ansar International, and Markaz Sahaba, the voice of the Ahlus Sunnah, to this edition of the Q&A on this day, the 26th of Dhul Qa'dah, 1445, corresponding with the Gregorian date, 4th of June 2020, kindly and generously brought to you by the Capital Group with our esteemed Amir and resident Mufti Abdul Qadir Hussain Hafizahullah, whom we have online at the moment. If you have a question for our local listeners, WhatsApp your question to 08478633132, and our international listeners +278478633132. Our next question, Mufti Saab, why do we make tawaf 7 times, and why is it counterclockwise?
Bismillah.
Does a husband require the permission of his wife to take a second wife? Are there certain stipulated surahs to do in Witr Salah according to the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam? A manufacturing business. I attend some lectures on trade and commerce, in Islam, and the Maulana on the last occasion mentioned a term which I think it is correct, Bay'ul Majhul. Now I'm in the manufacturing business. I don't make stocks. I make samples and go and show the customer. I'm selling him something that I do not have yet in stock. I'm waiting for orders. Then only I'm going to manufacture. Permissible. Next question: when a female keeps a Ramadan qada fast, is it permissible to make intention of keeping Shawwal in the with that qada fast, the Shawwal fast? Is there a salah called Salatul Tuba? And if there is such a salah, can Mufti Sir please explain how do we read this salah? Wear normal socks under the I am currently on Hajj and wanted to find out, can a Hanafi woman read Salah at Shafi time without following the Imam? We will now, inshallah, take a break and continue with our next segment after.
This Q&A program is brought to you by the Capital Group of Companies, Capital Air, Capital Decor, and Kate Equip for the benefit of the Ummah.
An informative Islamic global perspective. This is Al Ansar News.
News. These are the 3rd of June. The news from Durban 90.4 FM, Pietermaritzburg 105.6 FM. Local media cites reports of severe weather conditions. American Marina. Local media says there are reports of tornado in the town of Utrecht near Newcastle. The South African Weather Service says today it cannot verify the phenomenon at this stage. Weather forecaster Ayanda Nsele of the Weather Service says the tornado and other conditions are possible considering the current weather conditions. Now, the Weather Service has issued warnings of severe thunderstorm in the northwestern interior of KwaZulu-Natal and disruptive rainfall in the southeast of the province. Hailstorms and heavy rain have been reported in Cardiff, Nottingham, and Port Shepstone. On the MK Party founder Jabulani Khumalo today denies any knowledge of an email to the Independent Electoral Commission announcing his resignation from the party. Khumalo's legal counsel, Kasani Kasbota, wants the Electoral Court to declare Khumalo's removal and Jacob Zuma's subsequent elevation as the leader to be declared invalid and unlawful. Khumalo was expelled from the party earlier this year. His lawyer, Nkasani Kasbota, argues on behalf of his client.
Duduzile Zuma Sambu, who was copied in the correspondence I'm talking about now. She was copied in that email. She then responds to that email, omits Mr. Khumalo's name as a copied party, and finishes this purported resignation by my client. She, in that letter, says, I, Mr. Khumalo, resign and I appoint Mr. Zuma as the president of Umkhonto weSizwe. Mr. Khumalo had no knowledge of this letter. But despite the IEC itself saying, in his own words, Mr. Khumalo does not wish to change the party name, or rather the name of the leader. Despite him having said that on that very day, they then received this email from Ms. Zuma Khumalo, who then says, I'm resigning. And having omitted Mr. Khumalo in that email, they then accept that at face value. We argue that is irrational. Without calling Mr. Khumalo to verify the contents of this email that was clearly not copied, they do not call him.
Zuma's lawyer, Piliswe May, says that a case or the matter has no basis. She's explaining.
If this has nothing to do with the elections, why are we out in election without any decent or valid explanation?
The views and opinions expressed by the presenters and guests of Radio Al Ansar are not necessarily the views and opinions of Radio Al Ansar and the Al Ansar Foundation.
Conflict and severe economic decline make the humanitarian crisis in Yemen the worst of the world. More than 20 million Yemenis do not know where their next meal is coming from. 18 million are suffering extreme support. The Al Imdad Foundation delivers essential food aid to starving Yemeni communities. It's a question of survival. So let's do what's right. Donate online at alimdad.com or 0861 786 243 for more information.
At 1445 updates, we'll bring you the most current heartfelt messages from Let's meet attending Hajj this year. Join us every day across all our main shows honoring the sanctity of this holy pilgrimage. On Radio Al Ansar, your Hajj updates.
This Q&A program is brought to you by the Capital Group of Companies, Capital Air, Capital Deco, and Gate Equip for the benefits of the Ummah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Once again, we welcome the listeners of Sirius FM, Al Ansar International, and Marcus Sahaba, the voice of the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, to this edition of the Q&A on this day, the 26th of Zulqa'dah, 1445, corresponding with the Gregorian date 4th of June 2024, kindly and generously brought to you by the Capital Group of Companies, with our esteemed Amir and resident Mufti Abdul Qadir Hussein Hafizahullah, whom we have on the line at the moment. If you are a local listener and you have a question, the WhatsApp number is 08478633132, and for our international listeners, +278478633132. Our next question, Mufti Saab: if a person go for Hajj while he is in debt, is his Hajj accepted? Is it permissible to slaughter one sheep for the Isalu Thawab of all my family members and all the deceased of the Ummah of Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? can I eat from the qurbani of someone else before I make my own qurbani? Old, and I have this fear of dying of Isa. Can you please, advise me with something that I can read to get rid of this fear? Mufti Saab, please advise. There are three of us, myself, my son, and daughter, want to put money together and make a share for Qurbani for my son who passed into the mercy of Allah Azza wa Jalla earlier this year. Is it permissible for three of us to put money together for his one share? Is there anything one can read if one can't sleep and have to rely on medication to sleep? I have three sons. The youngest does not talk to his elder brothers. I make so much of dua, but nothing seems to be working out. Please advise me, Mufti Saab, what dua can I read to get my sons to be all on talking terms? What is the best dua to read upon one hearing one has been diagnosed with cancer?
The most
Inshallah, we will now take a break and resume with our final segment after the break.
This Q&A program is brought to you by the Capital Group of Companies, Capital Air, Capital Decor, and Kid Equip for the benefit of the Ummah.
Education, health, dignity, empowerment. These wishes all begin with water. Africa Muslims Agency is committed to providing clean water to the thousands who still live without this basic human right. Support us in giving the best of charities. Provide a water well for 16,500 Rand or a borehole for 55,000 Rand in Afghanistan or 65,000 Rand in Africa. Gain Thawabi Jariyah and help communities to reach their full potential. Africa Muslims Agency, empowering, educating, inspiring.
Experience the perfect partnership with Eden, Al-Ansar, and Continental Livestock, conveniently located at 307 West Road, Oakport. We offer a full-service experience from slaughtering to slicing. Choose from a wide variety of sheep, goats, and cattle shares starting from just 2,500 Rand. For something bigger, we have full cattle starting from just 16,500 Rand. Trust the synergy of Al-Ansar and Continental Livestock for quality, convenience, and compassion. Visit us today or call now to place your order.
Welcome to Simplex Radio. Visit our showroom for the full range of car audio. Our TV deployment carries top brands with quality LED panels, full HD to Ultra HD, and now the experience of Super Ultra HD. Visit our theater rooms and transform your home with brands like Onkyo, Integra, Denon, Boston Acoustics, Yamaha, and more for quality audio visual experience. Now available full range of home appliances. A one-stop shopping experience. Call 031 306 4029 or Kenilworth Park, 202 Brickville Road, Overport. Simplex Radio, the name you can trust.
This Q&A program is brought to you by the Capital Group of Companies, Capital Air, Capital Decor, and Gate Equip for the benefits of the Ummah.
Mufti Saab, our first question: what is the dua do we read to get our books in our right hand? Is the dua that we read to get our books in the right hand on Yawmul Qiyamah? This brother from Phoenix State, Mufti Saab, if I do get the opportunity of entering the Kaaba, what dua must I read inside the Kaaba?
Why do you
I lost my son and I constantly read Suratul Ikhlas with the intention of Isalut Thawab. And I do this for all marhumi, not just for my son. But because it is a habit that I am also reading it while I'm in Eid, is it permissible with the intention of Isalut Thawab to read the Suratul Ikhlas? Can a young female doctor go with sahuk to make the khidmah of the hujjaj without a mahram? If one is cutting a bull for Qurbani, can they count one share for Aqiqah, or does it have to be a separate animal? And if it passes the 7-day time period, will it be permissible? Waqf building be sold when it is being used for pure Deeni activities and promoting and upholding the Deen of Allah Azza wa Jalla. If a girl doesn't feel inclined towards a boy, should she still read Salatul Istikhara? Is a son-in-law mahram to his mother-in-law? Is a man allowed to put on a clean ihram while in a state of ihram during Hajj? Example, if he feels the current one he is wearing is sweaty or dirty, can he change it? I wanted to know if eating camel meat breaks your wudu for a Hanafi. A man wants to have his nikah performed as quietly as possible. Who are the bare minimum people required? Can the nikah be performed at home with the father reading the nikah khutbah? Does it have to be signed in the nikah book? The girl's three brothers will be the witnesses.
Plan your dream holiday with the specialist, World of Travel, as we pride ourselves in offering you the best in Hajj and Umrah. We also offer travel packages to the Middle East, Far East, and many more exotic destinations. Call our professional travel consultants now on 031 20 888 or view our website www.worldoftravel.co.za. Visit us at 44 Crescent Street as memorable journeys begin with World of Travel by Irshad Malik.
There's nothing quite like the taste of a traditional family meal, and at the heart of every great dish is a key ingredient that brings it all together. That ingredient is Sunfoil pure sunflower cooking oil, made from only the finest sunflower seeds. It's a perfect way to enhance the taste of your family's favorite foods. Sunfoil cooking oil is more than just oil. It's the key to bring your family together over a delicious meal and making every bite taste better. Remember, the key ingredient to a great family meal is Sunfoil. Tradition just tastes better.
The views and opinions expressed by the guest and presenters of Radio Al Ansar are not necessarily the views and opinions of Radio Al Ansar and the Al Ansar Foundation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على سيدنا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وأزواجه وذريته كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وأزواجه وذريته كما باركت على آل سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما باركت على آل سيدنا إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وآل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وآل سيدنا محمد كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آل سيدنا محمد اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد عبدك ورسولك اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم بارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم وترحم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما ترحمت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم وتحنن على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما تحننت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد اللهم وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما سلمت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وارحم سيدنا محمدا وآل سيدنا محمد وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت ورحمت وباركت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد النبي وأزواجه أمهات المؤمنين وذريته وأهل بيته كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم بارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم داحي المدحوات وبارئ المسموكات وجبار القلوب على فطرتها شقيها وسعيدها اجعل شرائف صلواتك ونوامي بركاتك ورأفة تحننك على سيدنا محمد عبدك ورسولك الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق والمعلن الحق بالحق والدامغ لجيشات الأباطيل كما حمل فاضطلع بأمرك بطاعتك مستوفزا في مرضاتك واعيا لوحيك حافظا لعهدك ماضيا على نفاذ أمرك حتى أورى قبسا لقابس آلاء الله تصل بأهله أسبابه به هديت القلوب بعد خوضات الفتن والإثم وأبهج موضحات الأعلام ونائرات الأحكام ومنيرات الإسلام فهو أمينك المأمون وخازن علمك المخزون وشهيدك يوم الدين وبعيثك نعمة ورسولك بالحق رحمة. اللهم افسح له في عدنك واجزه مضاعفات الخير من فضلك مهنآت له غير مكدرات من فوز ثوابك المحلول وجزيل عطائك المعلول. اللهم أعل على بناء الناس بناءه وأكرم مثواه لديك ونزله وأتمم له نوره واجزه من ابتعاثك له مقبول الشهادة ومرضي المقالة ذا منطق عدل وخطة فصل وبرهان عظيم. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. لبيك اللهم ربي وسعديك صلوات الله البر الرحيم والملائكة المقربين والنبيين والصديقين والشهداء والصالحين وما سبح لك من شيء يا رب العالمين على سيدنا محمد بن عبد الله خاتم النبيين وسيد المرسلين وإمام المتقين ورسول رب العالمين الشاهد البشير الداعي إليك بإذنك السراج المنير عليه السلام. اللهم اجعل صلواتك وبركاتك ورحمتك على سيد المرسلين وإمام المتقين وخاتم النبيين سيدنا محمد عبدك ورسولك إمام الخير وقائد الخير ورسول الرحمة. اللهم ابعثه مقاما محمودا يغبطه فيه الأولون والآخرون. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم بارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه وأولاده وأزواجه وذريته وأهل بيته وأصهاره وأنصاره وأشياعه ومحبه وأمته وعلينا معهم أجمعين يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد عدد من صلى عليه وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد من لم يصل عليه وصل على سيدنا محمد كما أمرتنا بالصلاة عليه وصل عليه كما يحب أن يصلى عليه. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما أمرتنا أن نصلي عليه. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما هو أهله. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما تحب وترضاه له. اللهم يا رب سيدنا محمد وآل سيدنا محمد صل على سيدنا محمد وآل سيدنا محمد وأعط سيدنا محمدا الدرجة والوسيلة في الجنة. اللهم يا رب سيدنا محمد وآل سيدنا محمد اجز سيدنا محمدا صلى الله عليه وسلم ما هو أهله. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد وعلى أهل بيته. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد حتى لا يبقى من الصلاة شيء. وارحم سيدنا محمدا وآل سيدنا محمد حتى لا يبقى من الرحمة شيء. وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد حتى لا يبقى من البركة شيء. وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد حتى لا يبقى من السلام شيء. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد في الأولين وصل على سيدنا محمد في الآخرين وصل على سيدنا محمد في النبيين وصل على سيدنا محمد في المرسلين وصل على سيدنا محمد في الملأ الأعلى إلى يوم الدين. اللهم أعط سيدنا محمدا الوسيلة والفضيلة والشرف والدرجة الكبيرة. اللهم إني آمنت بسيدنا محمد ولم أره فلا تحرمني في الجنان رؤيته وارزقني صحبته وتوفني على ملته واسقني من حوضه مشربا رويا سائغا هنيئا لا نظمأ بعده أبدا إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم أبلغ روح سيدنا محمد مني تحية وسلاما. اللهم وكما آمنت بسيدنا محمد ولم أره فلا تحرمني في الجنان رؤيته. اللهم تقبل شفاعة سيدنا محمد الكبرى وارفع درجته العليا وآته سؤله في الآخرة والأولى كما آتيت سيدنا إبراهيم وسيدنا موسى. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد نبيك ورسولك وسيدنا إبراهيم خليلك وصفيك وسيدنا موسى كليمك ونجيك وسيدنا عيسى روحك وكلمتك وعلى جميع ملائكتك ورسلك وأنبيائك وخيرتك من خلقك وأصفيائك وخاصتك وأوليائك من أهل أرضك وسمائك. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد عدد خلقه ورضاء نفسه وزنة عرشه ومداد كلماته وكما هو أهله وكلما ذكره الذاكرون وغفل عن ذكره الغافلون وعلى أهل بيته وعترته الطاهرين وسلم تسليما. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى أزواجه وذريته وعلى جميع النبيين والمرسلين والملائكة والمقربين وجميع عباد الله الصالحين عدد ما أمطرت السماء منذ بنيتها. وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد ما أنبتت الأرض منذ دحوتها. وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد النجوم في السماء فإنك أحصيتها. وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد ما تنفست الأرواح منذ خلقتها. وصل على سيدنا محمد عدد ما خلقت وما تخلق وما أحاط به علمك وأضعاف ذلك. اللهم صل عليهم عدد خلقك ورضاء نفسك وزنة عرشك ومداد كلماتك ومبلغ علمك وآياتك. اللهم صل عليهم صلاة تفوق وتفضل صلاة المصلين عليهم من الخلق أجمعين كفضلك على جميع خلقك. اللهم صل عليهم صلاة دائمة مستمرة الدوام على مر الليالي والأيام متصلة الدوام لا انقضاء لها ولا انصرام على مر الليالي والأيام عدد كل وابل وطل. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد نبيك وسيدنا إبراهيم خليلك وعلى جميع أنبيائك وأصفيائك من أهل أرضك وسمائك عدد خلقك ورضاء نفسك وزنة عرشك ومداد كلماتك ومنتهى علمك وزنة جميع مخلوقاتك صلاة مكررة أبدا عدد ما أحصى علمك وملء ما أحصى علمك وأضعاف ما أحصى علمك صلاة تزيد وتفوق وتفضل صلاة المصلين عليهم من الخلق أجمعين كفضلك على جميع خلقك. اللهم اجعلني ممن لزم ملة نبيك سيدنا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعظم حرمته وأعز كلمته وحفظ عهده وذمته ونصر حزبه ودعوته وكسر تابعيه وفرقته ووافى زمرته ولم يخالف سبيله وسنته. اللهم إني أسألك الاستمساك بسنته وأعوذ بك من الانحراف عما جاء به. اللهم إني أسألك من خير ما سألك منه سيدنا محمد نبيك ورسولك صلى الله عليه وسلم وأعوذ بك من شر ما استعاذك منه سيدنا محمد نبيك ورسولك صلى الله عليه وسلم. اللهم اعصمني من شر الفتن وعافني من جميع المحن وأصلح مني ما ظهر وما بطن ونق قلبي من الحقد والحسد ولا تجعل علي تباعة لأحد. اللهم إني أسألك الأخذ بأحسن ما تعلم والترك لسيء ما تعلم وأسألك التكفل بالرزق والزهد في الكفاف والمخرج بالبيان من كل شبهة والفلج بالصواب في كل حجة والعدل في الغضب والرضاء والتسليم لما يجري به القضاء والاقتصاد في الفقر والغنى والتواضع في القول والفعل والصدق في الجد والهزل. اللهم إن لي ذنوبا فيما بيني وبينك وذنوبا فيما بيني وبين خلقك. اللهم ما كان لك منها فاغفره وما كان منها لخلقك فتحمله عني وأولني بفضلك إنك واسع المغفرة. اللهم نور بالعلم قلبي واستعمل بطاعتك بدني وخلص من الفتن سري واشغل بالاعتبار فكري وقني شر وساوس الشيطان وأجرني منه يا رحمن حتى لا يكون له علي سلطان.
La He was the last prophet of Allah. He was the final messenger. And this is what I wanna be, like my prophet, oh ya Nabi. And this is what I wanna be. I'll try to live my life like him. I'll try to live my life like him. I'll try to live my life like him. Muhammadur Rasulullah. There is only one God but Allah. Muhammad is his final messenger. He was the last prophet of Allah. He was the final messenger. And this is what I wanna be, like my prophet, oh ya Nabi. And this is what I wanna be. I'll try to live my life like him. I'll try to live my life like him. I'll try to live my life like him. And when the day comes, it's our last. No more questions us about our path. Our prophet is the one who is on our side. Always loved us till the day we die. He was the last prophet of Allah. He was the final messenger. And this is what I wanna be, like my prophet, oh ya Nabi. And this is what I wanna be. I'll try to live my life like him. I'll try to live my life like him. I'll try to live my life like him. Boo Bakr Umar Jannati Jannati.
Boo Bakr Umar Jannati Jannati.
Usman Ali Jannati Jannati.
Usman Ali Jannati Jannati.
Ali Muawiya Jannati Jannati. ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی 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 میری جان صحابہ ایمان صحابہ میری جان صحابہ ایمان صحابہ پہچان صحابہ میری شان صحابہ ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی 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 یہی چار خلفاء ہے میرا عقیدہ
یہی چار خلفاء ہے میرا عقیدہ
یہی چار خلفاء ہے میرا عقیدہ ابو بکر فاروق عثمان علی ہے ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی 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 ایک نام چار یاروں میں شیر خدا کا ہے ایک نام چار یاروں میں شیر خدا کا ہے
پنجتن میں بھی مشکل کشا کا ہے علی علی
علی علی
علی علی جنتی
جنتی ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی معاویہ کے پیار سے اپنا بیڑا پار ہے
معاویہ کے پیار سے اپنا بیڑا پار گئے
معاویہ کے پیار سے اپنا بیڑا پار گئے گناہ بخشوائے گی گناہ بخشوائے گی شفاعت معاویہ علی و معاویہ جنتی جنتی میری جان صحابہ ایمان صحابہ میری جان صحابہ ایمان صحابہ پہچان صحابہ میری شان صحابہ ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی 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 ادب سے صحابہ کا تم نام لینا
جو صحابہ کی بیعت بھی کرتے ہیں وہ سن لو ان کے لیے میرا یہ پیغام ہے
ادب سے صحابہ کا تم نام لینا یہ بخشے ہوئے یہ حرف جلی ہے ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی ہر صحابی نبی جنتی جنتی
بری بات اپنی زبان سے نہ بولو بری بات اپنی زبان سے نہ بولو
بری بات